Right, I think we're ready. But before we start the game, I've got to change this, because we are not playing Trains 22. We are playing Train Simulator Classic. I'll quickly amend that. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to record this which basically what's happening is that both I'm going to have 2 rounds of shunting challenges, one with Thomas and one with Lady, and basically I've already set up the sessions or the scenarios, but basically I know what trucks I'm going to shunt with each engine, but I want to set an order that I want to put the trucks in to make things a bit more random, and so it doesn't just look like I'm setting up my own scenarios and making myself do them quickly. So basically each engine is going to be shunting 8 trucks plus a brake van. So first thing I'm going to do is get the sequence, so I know what order to shunt the trucks in. And now I'm going to quickly Photoshop something together. Actually, should I? Oh, I didn't want to do that. I think what I'm going to do is, well, I might as well switch this window so it has Photoshop running, so you know what I'm doing. And if I get my drawing tablet out, I've got a document where each piece of rolling stock corresponds to a number, which is why I did the why I randomly ordered a set of numbers just now. So we're starting with number 6. Number 6 is the red milk tanker. I say red, it looks more plum coloured. Speaking of colours, speaking of colours, I took screenshots of the of each truck in the create a consist menu in Train Simulator Classic, but I forgot just how uselessly dark the selection window or the preview window is. So I had to up the brightness by an extreme amount just so these pictures would look visible. So right, 6, and then what's next? 5. So that is the cattle van. So I'll just get the layer with the cattle van, put that in the picture, and what I'll do is I'll save this picture once it's done and put it somewhere on the screen so that we can refer back to it. But I promise that we will start the game sooner rather than later. So 6, 5, what's next? 2. 2 is the red 7-plank wagon. Just make sure that's selected. Put that there. And next is 4, which is the Siphon G. The Siphon G being this long van with bogey wheels. And then next we have 7, which is the flat container wagon. That's that. Next is 3, which is the HAA hopper. Put that there. An 8, which is the con flat. Close that window, shouldn't I? We don't need it. Number 8. And finally, number 1, which is the Sodor mail van, or the Sodor mail coach. So that is here. And there we are. So we'll crop that. We'll save it somewhere. Don't need it as a PST. You can just have it under. I'll put it in this folder. And now I'm going to import it into OBS. And I need to find a place to put it. I'll see if I can fit it underneath the title. Can let me move it. Right. There we are. So now I'm going to load Train Simulator Classic, and hopefully I can do this without much. I can get OBS to record it without much trouble. But we shall see. You wouldn't mind seeing one of the preserved Class 42s being repainted into Diesel 10 colours. It would be nice. Although they probably need to add, to get the full effect, you probably want to add Pinchy, and I don't know how that would affect the loading gauge. Right, so can I? No, that's not what we want. What about the other window capture? No, why doesn't it want to run Railworks? If I switch it around, will it? No. I hope this doesn't turn into another loco commotion scenario where we spend like half an hour just trying to get OBS to record the game. Can I? No, it still doesn't want to acknowledge its existence. Oh, this is annoying. That's just that, isn't it? Yeah, we don't want that. We want to run Train Simulator Classic. I'll work something out. Maybe I have to... I'm trying to remember if I can run it windowed. Windowed. Yeah, I've got to restart the game, but hopefully, because it's windowed, it will now... I can now pick it up with OBS. There we are. We got there in the end. Then we can see them do pitches as they build them out of scraps of wood and cardboard. And it'd have to be the engine would have to be static. Yeah, possibly. Either that or they do like very thin relief detail, or just paint it on, like kind of like what they did with like minis. We've got free roam, and we want Falmouth branch enhanced by Tob Burke. So we're gonna start with Thomas Goes Shunting. This is going to be Truro Station. Unfortunately, I don't have City of Truro DLC. Maybe that can come another time. We can have City of Truro explore his namesake station. But yeah, here we are. Now, unfortunately, due to the way the Thomas mod works, this is going to look a bit creepy at first. But yeah, basically, when you first load a scenario, Thomas won't have a face, and I'm going to have to press around with the buttons to get a face we want. Let's have him smiling. He's gonna put on a smile. It could be he could be faking the smile just to put on a good show for people. I don't know how Thomas feels about shunting, and also what I'm going to do is press Shift and 2 so Thomas gets his lamp, and Shift and 5 so he gets his tail lamp as well. And yeah, this is a very fully featured mod, shall we say, because again it's got all the faces, because I can take that one off and give him a different face, or that face, or this face. He's quite surprised at the fact that he's having to shunt. Also, if he's got a whistle by pressing space, but also if you press V, he has a short whistle. And if you press B, he says things.
But I don't catch cow, sir. Blue is the only proper colour for an engine. Rubbish. But I don't catch cow, sir.
He does say more than that. But one thing I like is because Train Simulator Classic has a Doppler effect, you can do things like this. Oh.
Rubbish, said Thomas. Silly old boy.
Oh, hang on. Pressing the wrong button. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this.
I want to fish.
You just you can make him sound stupid by moving the camera around.
Why, bless me, if we haven't left them behind.
And this is especially good if you move the camera up and down.
Blue is the only proper colour for an engine.
Can I turn the volume up a bit? Yeah, I can do that. Is that better?
Rubbish, said Thomas. You're too fat. You need exercise.
I will say that when Thomas moves, the chuffing noise does kind of drown out his quotes a bit.
sorry, can't stop. Got to see a coach about a train.
I think Ringo does a better performance in the original UK version or the US dub of the first 2 seasons. I guess he sounds more enthusiastic in the US dub. You often can tell when a new piece of audio is coming, because there is a bit of a difference in, I guess, how Ringo says the lines and sort of the general audio quality and stuff like that. Right, my art makes you want to write a railway series book. Oh, I'm glad you like it. I hope you enjoy making the railway series book. So, if I look at the because we're going from left to right with the rolling stock. So, what we want first is the milk tanker. So what we're going to do is, because conveniently Thomas is on the same line as the milk tanker, but there's a van blocking the way, which we don't want in the train. So I'm going to... They all say, although this mod is fully featured, there's no cab view, so no cab controls either. But, oh yeah, it doesn't automatically couple. Oh dear. That was not supposed to happen. Don't know what's going on with this flat wagon. Yeah, I've got to be more careful, I think. Luckily, we hadn't progressed very far. But we will begin again. Which means I've got to reset Thomas. Ah! He's got no face! Much better. Right. Let's... So yeah, I've got to be careful of dodgy coupling. We managed that. Right, well, we don't want to couple up with the tanker. So what I'm going to do is move Thomas away, put this on a siding out of the way where it won't disturb us. Looks like I've caused confusion and delay. I certainly have. It's lucky for us that we can just restart with a click of a button. So, yeah, we've got diamond points. If you watch my Wonders of Sodor shunting video, you'll know how I feel about dining points? Diamond points. In fact... I'm going to see if going into the map will be beneficial. If I do that, then they should go onto a different siding. In fact, we can put the van on an empty siding, which will be a big help. So we should be able to move it back without any mishaps.
I'm Thomas. I run this branch line.
It's not a branch line, it's a yard. Get it right. And pretend we're on the footbridge. And, watch Thomas as he shunts the van. Dining car points. Mr. Bones, Farrah and the Kabuki are Mighty Mac's cousins. It's entirely possible Maybe cat dog is his distant cousin. That's good. We didn't. Nothing blew up when we uncoupled the van. Right. Actually, it occurs to me that it might be better if we work backwards. So, because that way we can just put things in front of the brake van. So we can start by putting the mail coach in front of the brake van, and then we can sort of work from the back rather than the front. So as didn't want to do that. That's like the map, mode, but useless. So what I'm going to do is go into the map again. I'm gonna. Where am I? I'm there. I'm gonna switch that. I think that's something resembling correct, because the brake van. I think this here is the brake van. This one here, is it? Yes. Yes, that's the brake van. So we want to go down this line and go into this siding, and then go into here and take the trucks away from that siding and take them out of the way. So let's begin.
Oh, sorry, can't stop. Got to see a coach about to train.
We can stop. And we've got to change the points. So I want to change this diamond point here, I think. And also... so where are we? We're there. So I want to change to that. Change that to that. And then we should be on the line with the brake van. We can move the two trucks away. I've still got the brake on. That's not going to help. I don't know if this is necessarily the ideal way to drive trains, but it's the way that works for me, and has worked for me not only since Railworks came out, but since I played Microsoft Train Simulator as a kid, because the controls are quite similar. I still remember when Railworks came out, and I mean, these graphics might look a bit Billy Basic by modern standards, but I remember being really impressed back in 2009. Funny thing is that back then the graphics weren't as good as this. They were actually obviously made to run on lower end hardware. And over the years, the game's graphics have gotten a lot better. Are we ever going to get a Microsoft Train Simulator stream? It's very possible. It'll probably be an open rail stream, because that's, I guess, the best way of running Microsoft Train Simulator assets on modern computers. But I think we can definitely give it a go, and it's a game that's been around for many years, and so you can imagine there's a lot of Thomas mods for Microsoft Train Simulator. So we'll have a lot of characters to choose from if if I decide to cover the game, I'll probably be able to, well, cover the game in more than one stream. There's that many mods for it. So yeah, this siding on the end, none of the trucks are none of the trucks are required for our train, so we can move them. Why is it? Apologies, that was it said OBS disconnected. But yeah, back to what I was going to say. Yeah, one thing I will say about this mod specifically regarding the graphics of Train Simulator Classic, I'll say the faces almost look better here than they do in Wonders of Sodor, if that makes any sense. And I don't mean that this is based on the models, whereas Wonders of Sodor is based on CGI, but it's the lighting, because in Wonders of Sodor the faces are very, well, the lighting is quite sharp, if that makes sense. It's or hard. It's so it means that the faces often have like shadows on them that they wouldn't have in the in the show or anything like that. And whereas here the lighting's a bit softer, and so the face looks a bit, the face kind of looks a bit more aesthetically pleasing and show accurate. So what we want to do now is, because now the brake van is free, okay, it's got stuff. Well, one thing I will say actually is that we probably want to move the brake van onto another line, because the Siphon G is behind the brake van, and that is going to make up part of our train. So what I might do is put the brake van on the siding with this van here, because we're not going to have this van in the train, but we are going to have the Siphon G in the train. So I'm going to set the points so I can couple up to the brake van and move the brake van onto this siding. Is my mic breaking up? It's not saying anything's wrong with it. A bit of a nitpick. Well, I wish Thomas had backlining. That is the one thing, because it seems to be based, I guess, on, if you like, Clearwater era Thomas, especially with like the Ringo Starr voices. So you'd think that he'd have his backlining, but evidently the person who made the model had other ideas and preferred not to have the backlining. Oh, is he modelled after the Jack and the Pack model? Ah. I wouldn't have guessed that. Yeah, I want to make sure that this diamond point is clear. Railway Series Daisy looks more like a Class 101 than TV Series Daisy. Well, yeah, I suppose that is kind of how it is for most characters in Thomas and Friends versus the Railway Series. The book versions are typically more accurate to their real life counterparts than the TV series model. So where do I want to put this? Actually, can I? Yeah, I can load up the siding label so I know which siding is which. So the one with the lone van on it is Truro Main 5. So I'll make sure that's set right. Yeah, it looks like actually it is set correctly. So you can get rid of the siding labels for now. I'll try not to use them too much, because I can't imagine that engine drivers in real life have big labels telling them which siding is which. I'm glad I didn't make Smudger and Birch in the same engine because they share a face. Well, it wouldn't make much sense to do that based on just the face alone, because they are completely different engines. That'd be like, I don't know, making Bill and Ben the same engine because they use the same face designs, or making Daisy and Boko the same engine. Actually, what I might do is push the brake van further along into the siding, so that this way we've got more room to put the rest of the train in. I'm hoping actually the siding is long enough, because it'll be quite worrying if I end up partially making the train and then halfway through I can't keep shunting the train because the siding's not long enough. Although maybe I suppose if that happens I can always move it onto a longer siding, like this one here maybe, or maybe even one of the station platforms. Yeah, with that I shall uncouple brake van. Actually, what I might do is couple the brake van and this van together, just so that, I don't know, nothing bad happens if let's say the van ends up hitting the buffers and derailing and then something happens. I think I'll know that if the two are coupled, then the buffers will have some resistance over the van's buffers, and then I can uncouple the van afterwards. With that, I will find the next truck to couple, which I think will be the mail coach. Actually, I think I want to stop and set. Oh, no, set that point, and the mail coach, is that on this siding? Yeah, it's on the. Let's have a look. It's on Truro Main 2. So I want to make sure I'm going the right way to end up on that siding. Set that way, and then cross over the two sets of diamond points, Audio sounds fine. Oh, that's good. I do have the fan running again, so hopefully hopefully the fan isn't making too much noise to drown me or the game out. Again, it's not, the fan's not showing up as making a noise on OBS, so I think we're all right. So what I want to do is move these 3 trucks out of the way so that we can retrieve the mail coach. How do I get so well at Railway Series illustrations? Well, I guess practice, which I suppose you could probably expect. But also, I guess looking at... I guess a mixture of looking at illustrations from the books, pictures of real trains, and well, I guess an understanding of drawing 3D shapes as well. We'll do that. Then I think we want to uncouple here. I think that's correct. Yeah. So now we just need to find a place where we can dump this. Which could be, well, most likely it'll be on the now... Actually, is there an empty siding? I don't think there is. We can dump it on the siding, or this siding on the end. So I'll just make sure we're... There's a Sodor mail van. Yep, there certainly is.
I'm Thomas. I'm pulling a train.
Well, you're shunting a train. I don't know about pulling. Oh no, I've got this way wrong, actually. Yeah, I've set the diamond point wrong. So let's head back to where I was. Oh, actually, no, hang on. I've erroneously doubted myself. I was doing it right, but I had to go down here in order to switch this diamond point, so I can go onto one of these lines and go down to this diamond point, and then cut or go to the siding on the end. So let's see, where am I? Let's do that. And, that. And let's start heading backwards. Gordon pulling teak coaches would look cool. Yeah, it'd be nice. Nice to see. I think I've done it with my Hornby Gordon and LNER teaks. Although I will say I have the old teak coaches, which don't look quite as nice as the newer ones. They're a bit. I don't know. They're not really. They don't look very teakish. They look sort of a weird pink colour. I think that looks correct. Yeah. Let's go this way. I just need to switch these two diamonds, and then we can put these trucks on the end. Also, whilst making sure that I don't approach the trucks that are already in the siding too quickly. Oh no, 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 oh no, no, no! No! Now, one thing I will say is that Train Simulator Classic does have a quick save button, and I get the feeling that I'm probably going to end up using it. I was doing so well. For this one. So we can have a look at... Oh no, I've put in two faces at once. Oh no! No. I can have this face. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that till the end, because we established that it's better to sort of work backwards. So I'll go and retrieve the brake van. If I can remember what line the brake van was. I was on this line, I think. At least the crash was somewhat realistic. Yeah, that's one thing Train Simulator Classic has over Wonders of Sodor. Actually, I've gone onto the wrong line! We're all doomed. Hang on. I'm going to stop here. No, not on the diamond, before the diamond. Switch onto there. That looks about right. I'm also going to make sure these are correctly set. Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah. So is that right? Yeah, because there's two trucks in front of the brake van, isn't there? I think that's what we want. Crash was pretty much just Percy's predicament. He was quite similar.
But I don't catch cows, sir.
Well, you're not catching cows, but there is a cattle van on the train, so in a way you kind of are catching cows. Do this, don't I? That point's already set. We sorted out the diamond points, so I think we are going the right way. Ones also has funny crash physics. Train Simulator Classic has decent derailment physics, and Modern Trains has no derailment physics. Yeah, it's a shame what happened to Trains' derailments, because they were never realistic, but they used to be at least somewhat entertaining. Oh. Remembering that being too close makes the trucks blow up, so I'll do that, and then well, I think I can go over the diamond point and then set it from there. I should be able to set me to go. Right, I haven't added the lamps. There we are. I have now. Now I want to go this way and onto the siding on the end. Oh. Hopefully without causing too much of a derailment. The new policeman from Thomas was such a jerk to Thomas. He certainly was. He was... So, well, I suppose his actions at least allowed Toby to become part of the North Western Railway's engine fleet. Although it's possible that the Fat Controller would have found an excuse to acquire Toby anyway. Not sure. What I'm going to do is put these trucks towards the end of the siding. That way we can fit more on here. Because I suspect that the majority of trucks that we don't want, that will be blocking up trucks that we do want, will end up on this siding. And then we want to put the brake van in this empty siding. This empty siding here, somewhere in the middle. Just make sure that we're definitely on the right path. Yep. That's set correctly, and just need to make sure this diamond switch is correct. Where do I want to go? Is it this line here? Truro main 4? Yeah, let's check. Sorry, I'll have to put this up again. No, we want churro main 6. Oh, I don't want that. There we are. Right. So we want this line to be set that way. So this line to be set that way. So that way I think we will end up on the siding with the brake van. Darn the Mind Pilot has characters having Pac-Man pupils like in old cartoons. Yeah, and a lot of merchandise and promotional material, probably up until around the time of season 6, I guess. The characters in Thomas and Friends were often depicted with those style of pupils. Even though it was never a thing in the actual show, outside of the pilot. It's weird because as a kid, I associated those style of eyes with Thomas. Because, well, I didn't watch a huge amount of Rubber Hose era cartoons as a kid. But it's weird because, again, it wasn't really a thing in the show, but it was kind of a thing in everything Thomas related outside of the show, including the early Railway series illustrations. So we want to go down here. To switch this point. And also this point. So that we can put the brake van in the siding, or in the empty siding. Yep, I think we're set to go that way.
Blue is the only proper color for an engine.
If you say so. So Henry's confirmed to be in the game files. Are you talking about Wonders of Soda or something else? I mean, I know that there were a handful of, because in the story mode, I think Edward and Henry were mentioned by name in one of the stories. Obviously, we don't see them, and I guess the books as well. The collectible books that you can find. Oh, not too close, not too close. I might add a bit of clearance, but not much, because we want as much room as we can on this siding. In fact, because we've arranged the brake van, what I'm going to do is, I'm going to save the game. He was talking about wonders of sonar. Oh, that's interesting. So, what mention of Henry is there in the files? Because this is the first I've heard of it. Actually, I want to go back because I want to go straight ahead on this diamond switch, because I want to go to the siding with the mail coach. So that's this siding here, True Remain 2. So if I switch that, nice. Yeah, no, I think both, yeah. And then make sure that's set as well. We can start making our way downtown. Yeah, I want to switch that point so we're on the line with the mail coach. We're not picking up the mail coach yet because we need to pick up the trucks that are blocking the mail coach. Imagine Dennis the Menace visiting Sodor. Which one? The British one or the American one? That could be an interesting idea for a story. Maybe Dennis the Menace comes along and wreaks havoc on Sodor, and the engines have to pay him out. That was a close one. Slightly further along so that these couple up. What's it doing? Right. Come back. Right. Now, I want to couple of those two. Those. And then we can move these out of the way and onto that siding on the end. British Dennis versus Mr. Wilson, who will win? Now, that's always been interesting because if Mr. Wilson thought he was his life was a misery because he was getting mildly irritated by a well-meaning little boy. Imagine what would happen if he was deliberately getting menaced or Dennised, as they say in the 90s TV series. Right, so we want to switch this set of points, and then yeah, I think that should be right. Mr. Wilson and his wife take a holiday to the UK. Now that'll be interesting. Go on holiday to Beano Town, where they meet Dennis the Menace and possibly other kids that will make their life a misery. Like I might meet Minnie the Minx as well. And Well, that won't be a particularly pleasant experience for them, I shouldn't imagine. Or the Bash Street kids. They won't like them either. I did hear about Derek Price, who was just kind of Norman Price, just a recolor of Norman Price. It seemed like a bit of a strange idea for a character. Why does there need to be two Normans? Was this diamond set correctly? No, it is now. So we're making okay time, because this is roughly the position I was in when I crashed. In fact, I might save here just so we don't, so that if I crash again, it won't be too big an issue. I remember seeing American Dennis on TV as a young kid. You remember very little of it. Yeah, I remember seeing the 80s Dennis the Menace cartoon, or the 80s American Dennis the Menace cartoon, back in the day. Because I remember having a VHS tape of it, and on the front cover he's just called Dennis, because they couldn't call him Dennis the Menace. But in the intro and in the show itself, they still called him Dennis the Menace. So it makes you wonder why they bothered. In fact, one interesting thing is that I have an annual from the 60s, I think, of the American Dennis the Menace, but he's called just Dennis the Pickle, which is not a term I've heard anywhere else to refer to the American Dennis the Menace. Do I remember Lickety? Do you mean the... I assume it's pronounced Lickety or Likety, I'm not sure. The old guy who made YouTube poops. Yeah, I remember his work and finding them pretty amusing at the time. Well, Derek Price being a Norman recolor reminds you of Toy Story 1, where all the kids are Andy in different colours. Yeah, that's well, so it makes for a decent cost-cutting measure, I suppose.
Rubbish, said Thomas. You're too fat. You need exercise.
All right, calm down. As is YouTube people, the first pronunciation correct and Lickety is oh right. No, I didn't realise at the time. It's been a long time since I had a look at the channel. I think we're on the right line to get the male coach. Steel in Classic Fireman Sam his first name was Basil, but in the CGI series he was Norris, possibly because his wife is Doris. Now that's a bit strange that they changed his name just to make a rubbish joke. It reminds me of again, this is talking about the Beano again. I apologise. The Bash Street Kids used to have tech stories that ran in The Wizard, which was a boys comic from back in the day. and they all the characters were given sort of proper names, if that makes sense. So all the characters were given surnames, and Smithy was called something like James Smith or something. But I remember Sydney, or Toots and Sydney, their last name became Pye, Pye, and they decided to make Toots from the Bash Street Kids, they decided to make her real name Kate, so that their full names together were Kate and Sydney Pye. I remember telling my brother that, and he got kind of annoyed, because it's like they just change the character's name to make a rubbish joke. But I thought about adding additional illustrations in the Thomas the Tank Engine book. I'll have to check to see when the exact publication date was, because I know it's it was 80 years ago this year, but I'm not sure of the exact date. I want to say it was like in September or something, but don't quote me on that. Remember in the Dennis the Menace cartoon, Dennis had a friend called Pirate. Yeah, he was in the comics as well. Him and it was originally Curly, who was in the 90s cartoon along with Pieface. Then they got rid of Curly and replaced him with JJ and Ruby from the CGI cartoon and in the newer Beanos, which I suppose sort of makes sense, because Curly was, well, he didn't have much going for him other than just he has curly hair. But it would have been nice to keep him around for something, because he's been Dennis's friend since pretty much the beginning. September the 14th is when Thomas's book was published. Well, might get something done for then. Yeah, the points are set correctly. Gotta be careful and make sure I don't hit the brake van too hard. So no, Dennis the Menace's rival Walter. Yeah, it was interesting to see how his character has changed since the early days, because he was more of an effeminate character back in the day. He was, but over time he's become a sort of sneaky upper class bully character, sort of a bit of a, well, kind of reminds me of that I'm a Prefect video. Oh, I'm accelerating, I don't want to do that. Oh. Oh. Huh? What? What derailment? You can't do that. Right. How do I load a save file? Because I'm not starting from the beginning. If I just load the session up again, can I load it from the pause menu? No. So how do I load the save file then? resume. Ah, here we are. It does mean that we're now all the way back in... Well, we're moving these trucks back into this siding. AI collision. Yeah, that is strange. As if I didn't have enough reason to hate AI. Grrr. Right, let's make sure a crash does not occur. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that the trucks are so close to the end of the siding. Maybe if I pull them away a little bit, I won't... You know, I think it might actually be easier to shunt in real life. At least you don't have to contend with stuff like this. Start again. Well, start from the save point. One of these days we might actually get the train shunted. AI for absolute insanity. Pretty much. I know this game can be a bit buggy, but well, I certainly don't remember it being quite like this. Mind you, I haven't really done a lot of shunting in this game. I've done a bit of shunting here and there, but I mean, I guess usually I don't get this far because usually I derail on the diamond points, but because I'm using the map, I'm not really had much of a problem with them. Make sure we're slowing down a bit because we don't want the train to crash again. And the trucks are acting a bit quirky today. They certainly are. Oh. Well, I didn't derail, but we ended up not coupling them up. Let's try and do this very gently. Let's do that. And let's move them a bit further away from the buffers. And stop them around there. And hopefully we won't have as much of an issue. You can stop. Please stop. Check to make sure these are all set right. We'll go down there if I want to couple up to the mail coach. And it all looks to be set correctly, so let's continue on our merry way. Found OCROCs called Spanner. They were 08s called Spinner and Tanner, when an accident resulted in them being rebuilt as a Class 13 called Spanner. Well, that's an interesting idea for a story. Don't want to be going too fast. this decent speed. Move a bit further out. Oh, not that further. There we are. A couple there. Right, I'm going to make a save here because I really don't want to be prattling around too much if weird glitches continue to happen. Right, so I'll stop just beyond this diamond point. I want to go into this siding here, so I will change the diamond point to this line, and fingers crossed we won't have the same accident happen again. I don't know what will happen if we do. I'm sure we'll figure something out. If there's Cranky, it would have been funny if Carly was instead named Happy. It would have been made for a nice contrast, I suppose.
I'm Thomas. I run this branch line.
Oh, I told you, it's not a branch line, it's a yard. Right, nothing bad's happened yet. No, not quite that early. Right. So what I will do is move this train slightly slightly further away from the buffers, and we shall continue. So what's next? Next is the conflat, which is over there. So what I'll do is stop here. Make sure this diamond switch is set correctly. And that one. So the conflat is here, I think. So I don't think it particularly matters what way that diamond switch is set, but hey ho. Right, we now want to change the diamond to go this way. And again, I'm going to make a save. Because we don't want to be here forever. So like I said in the Extreme Express stream, if I was doing it just on my own, not streaming it just for the fun of it, then I wouldn't save. But because I want to hurry things along, that was a close one. Well, not hurry things along, but keep things moving is probably a more accurate way of putting it. And I want to make sure we don't say Pacific Productions official with the $4.99. Thank you very much. Are these models public? I need TSC had a somewhat small number of Thomas models for the game, but not on this quality. Did Thomas just speak? You mean like this?
I'm Thomas. I run this branch line.
Yeah, so basically, so there's a link to this particular Thomas model in the description. Basically what happened is that I think this Thomas model was released a couple of years ago now, but it was by someone called FWUG. I don't know how, if it's pronounced FWUG or FWUG or what, and I think also in collaboration with Wayside Works, who do a lot of non-Thomas freeware stuff for TSC. I remember their original website got I think isn't running anymore, and I at first I thought, oh, maybe the creator just doesn't want these models up anymore. But no, they mentioned before the stream started that they do still have a website. It's just seems like Google hasn't found it yet. So I linked the new website in the description, and there's a couple of Thomas mods. At the moment, the only engines are Thomas, Edward, and Lady. I don't know if there are plans for any more. I think I tried to make content in Train Simulator Classic about 10 years ago, but I never got very far. I think I managed a few wagons. I think it was a brake van that I managed to make, but I couldn't make anything else. I had struggled with making engines. I never managed to get one made. So it's always impressive to see people make stuff for Train Simulator Classic, because it was never something I was able to manage, despite being somewhat prolific with trains and even dabbling in Microsoft Train Simulator models back in the day. Although again, I've not made models for them in a long time. Right, now we go back and retrieve the conflat. I've watched Lupin the Third. I don't think that's how you pronounce it. I've heard of it. I wouldn't know where to start, because I know it's one of those franchises that's been around for many, many decades, like since the 60s or the 70s, and it's I think there are many, many different incarnations, so I wouldn't know exactly where to start. Oh, and it always looks kind of interesting. From what I have seen. Do I know what my star sign is? if I remember right, it is... If I remember right, it's cancer, but I'd have to check. Now we can put this with the remainder of the train. We're half an hour in, and currently I am in the process of shunting my second truck. So buckle up, basically. Start with the part 2 series, it's brilliant. Well, I don't suppose I have to know what happened in part 1 to what happened in part 1 to understand part 2. Or maybe not, or maybe... Oh, I'm going down the wrong line again. Curse you, Diamond Point. I kind of wish the map would load exactly where your engine is, so it doesn't just load in the middle of nowhere and you have to scroll over. The series is very episodic. Oh, right. So it shouldn't... Yeah, it should probably be fairly simple for me to pick up and watch, I suppose. So yeah, I will have to give it a shot eventually, if I get the time. That needs to be switched. And I'll check to see if the diamond point is correctly set, which I think it is. So again, no, I'm going to make a save. With the adventure of the stream so far, buckle up is probably good advice. Yeah, probably. Especially if you happen to be in one of the pieces of rolling stock that's in the yards.
Rubbish, said Thomas. You're too fat. You need exercise.
Well, conflat looks pretty thin to me. If the conflat was fat, it'd be a confat. Oh. Right. Let's couple them. And uncouple Thomas. We can figure out what our next wagon is. It looks to be the hopper, which is... Oh, it's over here. So it's... So yeah, there's one truck blocking the way. It shouldn't be too difficult to move it aside. Tom's just here roasting everyone. Yeah, pretty much. think I've stopped a bit prematurely. That looks about right. There we are. Now, oh. I hate it when it does that. Sometimes it just press a direction and it just doesn't stop. Right, what are we doing? So I want to uncouple, the car with the coal truck. So the brakes on. It's not going to help. I should be able to stick this into the siding of unwanted trucks. Imagine Bertie meeting a pacer, since pacers are, well, originally buses. It could make for an interesting idea. Would Bertie feel sorry for the pacers for giving up their road-based freedom to run on rails, or will he be jealous of the pacers who get to ride the rails? He's stuck on his boring bus routes. Who knows? Is that diamond set the right way? Looks to be. Oh! Stop! You're going the wrong way! Yeah, to move the eyes, if that's what you're talking about, you have to press I, J, K and L. And in order to select faces, you have to press either... Oh, going on the wrong line. You have to press either... Well, I think some faces are on Control and 1 to 0, and some faces are on Control Shift 1 to 0, and then the lamps are on Shift and then a number. That. Imagine Thomas coupled to just one truck. Oh yeah, he looks like that in the original logo. Don't want to be going too fast, or fast at all. IJKL sounds short for something funny. I'm just kidding, lol. There we are. Couple them up. There we are. Then uncouple Thomas, and we can retrieve the hopper. be saved before I start moving towards the truck. So I might, I suppose I could save, save here. Oh. And I suspect that a diamond switch is already set. Yeah, it's all set as it should be. And now I can start thinking about backing down on the hopper truck. Right. Make sure I'm not approaching this more than a couple of miles an hour. That should be enough to keep going and not stop. Brake here. Couple them up. That looks right. And now I can put the hopper on the train. Well, stop there. Switch the points. And make another save. And push the hopper into the siding. That's weird. I'm sure I could have sworn I put coal in the hopper, but I swear I put coal in this truck as well, but it hasn't panned out for whatever reason. Don't know if that's a glitch or whether it was just me forgetting to do it. Who can say? The A3 certainly had some interesting names. Yeah, we talked about this in an earlier stream because there was Sandwich and Gay Crusader and Pretty Polly. And probably others. Papyrus, I guess. Why would they name a train after a skeleton? Which is what I say if I'm being stupid. Oh no, it's doing that again. Right, what's next? Next is the container truck, which is this one on the end here with the blue container. That's why it's called a container truck. So, what way do I want to go? I think I want to switch this diamond actually. To go down here. And then I can pick it up from here. Papyrus was faster than Flying Scotsman. Yeah, I remember hearing about that because Flying Scotsman did 100, whereas Papyrus did 108. I mean, I imagine... Well, I imagine most of the A1s and A3s can go about the same speed as each other. But I remember as a kid, I remember trying to see how fast I could get Flying Scotsman to go in Microsoft Train Simulator and being like, wow, I got to 101 miles an hour. I'm faster than the real Flying Scotsman. Then I get to 127 miles an hour. It's like, I'm faster than Mallard. Because as far as I was concerned, Microsoft Train Simulator was a 100% realistic depiction of real life. Especially the bit at the end of, or one end of the northeast corridor route where you go into a tunnel and then you just fall off the edge of the world. Remember you see Gordon as an A3, though in the Railway series he was mentioned as an A1. But in the Great Race video he's classified as an A3 like Flying Scotsman. Yeah, well, I guess he was never rebuilt in the Railway series lore. I don't know about the TV series lore, but certainly in the Railway series he was never rebuilt into an A3. He sort of got his own rebuild completely separate from the other Gresley Pacifics. There we are. Yeah, I get a feeling that this piece of rolling stock might not be from the same country as all the others, because the buffers are quite different. I don't know, maybe it's just modern. I'm not sure. Not sure where this wagon comes from. But and Thomas can couple to it, which is good enough for us. I think Gordon's title would be Shooting Star. There's a possibility if they maybe if the LNER kept him on as a member of the A1. Yeah, I think that's all set correctly. So let's make another save and continue along. Oh yeah, Knight of the Thistle got renamed to just Knight of Thistle, which is a bit strange. But there we are. Get a double header, Edward and James to do 170 miles an hour. Well, maybe I can try that if I ever do a Microsoft Train Simulator or Open Rail stream. But I mean, in Train Simulator Classic, there's no James model, at least not. I suppose there is a very old James model by Sodor Rails. I think those models are archived somewhere. Are. Just couple them up and uncouple Thomas. And our next, what's our next? Our next truck. The next truck is the Siphon G, which is conveniently right next to us. Well, it's right next to us, but we do have to cross a bunch of points to get to it. I'll quickly make sure that this whatchamacallit is set correctly. It is now. And, make sure that's set correctly as well. Now we should be good to go.
I want to fish.
Well, you won't be fishing here, I'm afraid. You'll shunt your train, and you'll like it whether you like it or not. He's not so happy about that. Right. We'll set that way, and I think that will put us on the line with the Siphon G. I will make another save. So already is a British tender engine named Gordon Highlander, a Scottish 448. That's the D40, which I always thought looked more like Edward than the engine that Edward is actually based on. Which I suppose could be said for a lot of 440s, because Edward doesn't really look that much like a Fun-S Railway K2, and I suppose he's not supposed to, because canonically Edward is supposed to have been rebuilt so extensively over the years that very little of the original K2 design is left. Sort of a ship of Theseus type thing. Well, he's cheered up a bit now. D21 looks more like Edward to you than D40. I suppose, but I think I mentioned this in an earlier stream. I always thought the D21s looked a bit too big for Edward. To be honest, I think the Fun-S Railway K4 is a pretty close match. Obviously, you'd have to change the sides of the cab, but I think in terms of proportions, it's pretty close. And there's also that engine that's like a copy of a Caledonian Railway Denalister that worked in Belgium, and I think is preserved in a museum. That is basically a dead ringer for Edward, right down to the colour. Is that diamond set correctly? Let us have a look-see. I think it is. It does, but the cab is wrong. Yeah, the sides of the cab are... They have the same type of cut out like James rather than Edward's two side windows. But I think that's all you'd really have to change. Let's go the right way. I'll make sure this is saved. Well, the Dutch Sharp Stewart 4-4. Yeah, that's quite a close match as well. I suppose that is more in line with the Finesse Railway K2, but again with the side windows like Edward. Yeah, is the Dutch one orange? Well, I think there's another one in Belgium, which the one that I was talking about, which is I'm pretty sure is blue, or at least was blue at one point. There we are. So next is the red 7 plank wagon, which I actually have cleared it up, or cleared up the siding for it. So I will retrieve that. No, it is now. Can afford to go a bit faster than that. Then we can stop here. And set that point. And we can pick up the red truck. I was thinking of the Thomas episode, Thomas's New Trucks. Thomas gets green trucks and James gets blue trucks. Do you think, hypothetically, do you reckon that maybe off screen or something, Percy got new trucks and they were red? So each engine in the main trio gets their own set of trucks that's a different colour to them, but the same colour as one of the other ones. Right. No, I don't want to... Gosh, life flashed before my eyes then. I was worried that I'd derailed. If the crew of Season 2 decided to make Bill and Ben more accurate to their real-life counterparts, how do you think they would make it? I'm not sure, because I'd have assumed that the reason why Bill and Ben are overscaling the TV series is so that they'd have an easier time, I don't know, getting the motor to fit inside. I guess maybe they could have done something like well, the small scale narrow gauge engines and put the power supply for their eye mechanism in like a truck behind them or something, but it would be a bit, janky. I mean, it's already a bit janky for the narrow gauge engines. Just seeing them pulling one van and nothing else. Probably mean might mean they're always pulling the China clay wagon that's directly behind them and just has an absurdly high load, like an old Hornby tender-driven tender. Tender-driven tender, you know what I mean, motorised tender. And it just looks really conspicuous and off-putting. Gonna save once again. Don't want to have a massive crash. Diesel being named Diesel is like a guy being named Guy. Guy's an actual name. I suppose Diesel is an actual name as well. Mind you, it's I mean, you can have guys named Guys and guys named Diesel, I guess. Not very many Diesels in real life are just called Diesel. Right. So now we've only got 2 more to go. The cattle truck, which is right next to us, and the milk tanker. So I will run and grab the cattle van. Luckily this doesn't involve any diamond points. I can just switch that. And pick the van up. Diesel is used more as a surname, I suppose. This is you more typically see it as a surname. I'm sure there probably are people with Diesel as their first name. I probably couldn't name anyone. Oh, no. No, we're not going backwards. Have I played the Zelda CDR games? I haven't. I'm sort of familiar with the cutscenes because, well, they were pretty inescapable on YouTube for a long time. And they are just, they are quite fun to watch. I remember when I first saw the cutscenes for Zelda CDI, I saw them out of context, and I didn't realise they were from a game or anything related to Legend of Zelda at all, because I'm not really an expert on the franchise by any means. And I remember I assumed they were from some sort of cheap mockbuster animated film. Sort of like the sort of stuff that you might have found in Poundland about 20 to 30 years ago. I mean, I suppose they're not quite as... those animations tend not to be quite as, well, pixelated as the Zelda CDI cutscenes, but they have that sort of general look, that sort of wonky animations with things like that. Oh yeah, I remember I made a YouTube poop of the my bum is the greatest in Hyrule, or whatever it was. Oh, that was a long time ago. I almost forgot that existed. Right, so is that the siding with the tanker? It's this one here. Set that point, and we can move. Move this van out of the way, and we can just put it here because we're not going to need any of these trucks, and it's a faff having to go all the way over here, so we just put it here, and then we'll be able to collect the milk tanker. Remember a YouTube poop called Scarlo Eats the Yellow Snow? And the part where Scarlo is cross to see Edward and tells him to F off. Yeah, that was a classic. Scarlo was cross to see Edward. Fuck off, Edward, he sighed. I think I'm good to go. Well, yeah, just plonk the van on this siding over here.
Rubbish.
It's not rubbish. Just because it's not part of your train doesn't mean it's not important for someone else's train. It's a close one. I forgot that Bin Diesel exists when Rachel Jet was talking about Diesel as a name. Oh, I guess that's a surname. I assume that's... Well, do you mean Vin Diesel? I'm guessing that's a surname? I don't know. Or is Bin Diesel just like, I don't know, Diesel, but he's a bin for some reason? Maybe that's what Thomas meant when he said rubbish. He wanted rubbish to put in Diesel, who happens to be a bin for some reason. I meant Vin, not bin. Oh yeah. Oh, it is. I remember that line. That's good. Once I arrange this train, I might take a quick jaunt up the line. Probably not the entire route, but because we're not doing too badly for time, we've only got one other shunting challenge to go, I think. So I think we've got time to pull a train as well. Hopefully I'm far enough away. Just do that. Right, I'll save that. And no, not forward. You want to go backwards. Oh. Did you see how the tanker reacted to the diamond point. It really looked like it was going to tip over then, but it didn't. Where is this? Yeah, this is the Falmouth branch, or more specifically, a slightly enhanced Falmouth branch. Let's couple them together and set the points so that we can leave the yard and take a short journey up the line. Actually, am I going to have to... Well, where are we? We're here. Hang on. Can I not... Oh no, hang on. Oh no, I think we're alright. Let's see. So we can come down here. Make sure that's set correct. Yeah, I think they are set correct. Come down here. Go onto that orange line. And then the line continues for a while, and then the two lines merge into one. So yeah, I think we're good to go. If not, I can make another save. Yeah, now we can pull our train. Gordon's rectangular buffers look weird in the Railway series. Why was he given ordinary A1 buffers? Might actually have to turn this down a bit because it is. Once Thomas starts chuffing, he's quite loud. So I might quickly lower the volume. There we are. I can sort of hear myself think now. Yeah, you can... The one problem is you can barely hear what Thomas is saying when he's chuffing. I suppose if we coast,
Blue is the only proper colour for an engine.
you can hear him a bit better. But there are quite a few steep hills on this track, so you can't coast all the time. In fact, we're about to start climbing. What's my favourite Thomas surprise phrase? Cinders and ashes will bust my buffers. Well, he says, I suppose he says both quite a lot, and I think it's good that he has more than one catchphrase. I guess cinders and ashes is maybe more specific to him, because other characters also say bust my buffers, and they probably other characters who say cinders and ashes as well, but I always think of that as being the Thomas phrase. Yeah, going back to the thing about Gordon's buffers, I think it was just a thing established by Reginald Payne in the second book that I guess Express Stock had rectangular buffers, because Gordon has them, Henry has them in the original illustrations, and the coaches have them as well. We can look in the brake van as well. That's a bit quieter, I suppose. You can only look at this side. Can't go round to the other side of the van. And, well, I suppose considering the brake van is right behind the mail coach, you probably wouldn't be able to get much of a view. Do I remember this video will be flagged videos? Yeah, I remember them. The thing is, I can't really quote them because they are, by their nature, a bit on the vulgar side. But I do remember one of my favourite ones is this video will be flagged by easily offended 9-year-olds, and it was a scene from the Super Mario World cartoon, and it's Yoshi saying but. Obviously, not in the context of but as in the thing you sit on, but rather but as in an objection. But you know, how I just used it there. It was obviously recontextualized a bit. Thomas huffed and puffed and chuffed and puffed and chuffed and huffed. He very much did. That reminds me of another phrase in one of my old YouTube videos, which was like, the engines were puffing and chuffing and chuffing and huffing and chuffing. Here's the Thomas and Magic Railroad style whistle. Do I think I'll do a route building stream on Train Simulator Classic? The only thing is that I often find with route building videos, sometimes I don't have a lot to talk about. And the thing with Train Simulator Classic is that the route building process is a lot longer than it is in trains, and especially longer than it is in rolling line. So I think I could probably do more rolling line route building streams, but I think even with trains there's just a lot of dead air when I make route building videos, and perhaps that's more my problem. Maybe I should just find more to talk about. But yeah, the route building process in Railworks or Train Simulator Classic is quite a slow process. I think I could definitely see myself maybe making small routes in Train Simulator Classic like off stream, and then streaming a video where I sort of walk through the routes. Well, not, you know what I mean, not walk as in walk on two legs. I mean like show the route and show trains driving along it. I don't think we'll stop at this station. There is one station we might stop at. We might bump into an old friend. We'll have to see. Hopefully not literally. I think Thomas has been doing enough bumping in this session at the moment. You can confirm that the route building process in Train Simulator is an absolute slog. Yeah, it certainly is. I think this is roughly level ground, so I think we can afford to coast for a short while. I think.
Driver says I don't need him now.
Well, don't be so sure.
Why, bless me, if we haven't left them behind.
We haven't left them behind. You're pulling them. Yeah, the worst thing about route building in Train Simulator Classic is that you can't search for assets. Yeah, that is a real issue. You just have to scroll down, especially when you have lots of DLCs and mods installed. It can be a real pain to find what you're after, especially if you don't know the exact name of it, or you don't remember who made it, because a lot of them have prefixes based on what DLC they're from or what who made them, and if you don't remember either of those, you just You're stuck. Basically, you just have to look through every single asset pretty much. And then we're going to have to start accelerating again because we are starting to climb. I don't think there's an actual driver in there, so maybe not totally unfounded. Yeah, I can't see a driver in his cab, so maybe he's correct. The thing with this, because Thomas doesn't have a cab view, it means if you enter a tunnel, then the view basically just stops. If you're in like chase cam or something. So you kind of have to go into free cam in order to just go over the tunnel and do that. Imagine somewhere in an alternate reality where Hanna-Barbera adapted the Railway series. One of the voice actors was Mel Blanc, and he voices the various troublesome trucks. Now, I could see him maybe voicing the troublesome trucks. You can certainly, well, you can certainly do lots of different voices, so they wouldn't all sound the same. Imagine Duke visiting the Festiniog Railway. I feel like that might suit his grace, but I'm not sure. Well, one thing is the Festiniog Railway is a different gauge to the Mid-Sodor and Skarloey Railway, so he'd have to be re-gauged in order to visit the Festiniog Railway, which I'm sure can probably be done. Doesn't seem like the most, doesn't seem like the craziest thing. I suppose there probably wouldn't be much point if he was just visiting for a few days, but if he was, I think if he was visiting, like on like he was paying a long-term visit to the Festiniog Railway, I can see them maybe engaging him. You like how some trains look like low-poly train assets from old 3D games, and some are realistically detailed. That's the charm of trains for it. Yeah, well, I suppose that's what happens when a game keeps running and keeps getting supported for 25 years straight. You're going to have a lot of well, you're going to have trains from different eras showing up together.
Driver says I don't need him now. Rubbish, said Thomas. You're too fat. You need exercise.
Don't know who he's saying that to. The tanker, maybe. Maybe Thomas thinks that if a tanker needs 6 wheels instead of 4, then it must be too fat. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I think the next station is the one I want to stop at. So I might start decelerating now. I guess it's better to undershoot than to overshoot. Especially since if I can sense that I'm undershooting, I can stop braking, I suppose. But I think we probably are going to undershoot quite a bit, so I might take the brake off for the time being. Thomas is saying it's a Peter Griffin. Quite possibly. I couldn't see him in the game, but who knows? Extreme express trains in the Railway Series when? I'm not sure. It's a possibility. I think we can slow down now. And you may have noticed that another engine is at the station. And here is Toby. Well, sort of. I guess he doesn't have a face, but he is the same type of engine. Doesn't look like Thomas has much coal in his bunker. I think that might probably... It's probably just a fixed model. I'm not sure if it has dynamic changing coal or not. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, this is the digital traction J70 DLC. You'll notice that because the number plate is 3 digits, instead of just giving a number 7, I had to name him 007. Name's Tram Engine. Toby the Tram Engine. I watched the worst show ever, Kid vs Cat. I haven't watched Kid vs Cat. I can't imagine it's the worst show ever. There must be worse shows out there. Arrived at the station as bricks are throwing... Oh, bricks are throwing boys? Well, that's something I'd like to see. Boys are throwing bricks at Thomas. I can't see any boys throwing bricks. I can't see any boys, come to think of it. There all seem to be grown adults round here. But yeah, I think Thomas is ready to continue on his merry way. He doesn't have to let off any passengers at the station because he's not pulling a passenger train. Wonder why wooden railway Toby has 4 wheels. I mean, it was probably just to keep costs down. But then again, Mavis has 6 wheels. Even though I think the prototype, either the prototype or like the very early production run, that Mavis had 4 wheels.
Driver says I don't need him now.
Yeah, we keep saying that and it might come true.
Oh, sorry. Can't stop. Got to see a coach about to train.
I said something different. There's the infamous movie Food Fight. Now, I've heard of Food Fight. I can't say I've ever watched it. I don't know if it's entertaining enough to watch ironically, or whether I'm better off just avoiding it outright. There's some sort of town in the background. In fact, it looks like some sort of harbour town. I mean, it's not very detailed because I don't think they're expecting you to look at it this close up. But we will be seeing another harbour in this stream. And speaking of places by bodies of water, I'm going to have to take a drink because my throat is feeling a bit on the dry side. There we are. The J70s look weird without side plates. Yeah, they look a bit unusual. What type of train simulator game is this? So it's Train Simulator Classic. Originally Railworks. I frequently still call it Railworks because I've been playing since 2009. I remember getting it for Christmas that year. I remember my computer at the time struggled with even the lower graphic settings, but I still got a lot of enjoyment out of it and thought it looked, even at those low settings, I remember thinking it looked really good at the time, mainly because the only other train games I really played were Microsoft Train Simulator and Trains, which, well, Trains at the time certainly didn't look as good as this. And Microsoft Train Simulator, I don't even think the original Microsoft Train Simulator was even hardware accelerated. I think it was running off of software. And I can well believe it, frankly. It's not the most graphically intensive game in the world. Does mean it runs on pretty much anything, I suppose. I think we can coast now because we're going downhill. Oops. We don't need to save now. We've done all the dirty work. I suppose the one thing with binding eye movements to four keys, it does mean, or does somewhat mean that making Thomas roll his eyes is sometimes a bit more difficult than you'd expect. Toby and Gordon relays because they come, well, sort of, but and the types of engine they are were owned by the same railway company at one point. But I mean, Gordon's of Great Northern Railway origin, whereas Toby's of Great Eastern Railway origin. So it's more like, I guess it's more like I don't know, they're like stepbrothers or something. So when is Lady going to show up? Soon. I think we're almost at the end of the line. But what's this? Thomas's driver tried to stop him, but he couldn't. Where's the face arm on? There we are. And he came off the track. Oh God. This train has a mind of its own. You see him lurch backwards like that. So I can't get the ice look straight. I can, but I couldn't. Didn't manage to do it in time because, well, all the controls on the trains lock after you derail. But yeah, with that, I think we are going to move on to the next shunting challenge, which is probably going to be harder. I would incorporate SpongeBob into the Railway series. Probably just make him a fictional character like in real life. I'm not sure if there's a way for SpongeBob to work as he is as a real life sea sponge in the Railway series, but never say never, I suppose. Maybe there's someone willing to do it. I need to actually find Lady. She's here somewhere. Promise. No, not over there. Actually, one thing I've got to do is before we start shunting. Oh, there she is. Yeah, before we start shunting, I have got to use the random or the random number rearranger again. And I'm going to probably reopen Photoshop actually, or not reopen it, but have it so that OBS is recording it. There we are. And we are going to figure out, well, we're going to arrange or make a picture of ladies consist. So once again, we're going to have a brake van at the back. We know this. In fact, while I'm here, I might as well merge all these layers together. So I'm going to... Can I... No. I wasn't sure if I could make copies of pre-existing thingies, but I can't. Right. So... Why is the stream showing a picture of a map? If I go to OBS, and it's showing up as Photoshop in OBS, I assume the stream's just the stream's not lagging for anyone else, is it? I think we're back on track now. Right. So we are going to be making a picture of ladies consist. So the order is, it starts with 3, so which is the CCT. So I'll get that and put it there. And we're going left to right here. Next is 7, which is the cattle van. So I'll put that there. Oops, don't want to do that. Next is 2, which is the mineral wagon. So I might make the cattle van a bit bigger. So, oh. There we are. So I don't mistake it for anything else. Right. So next is 6, which is the siphon G. And then next is 8, which is the red 7 plank wagon. Then it's 1, which is the white milk tanker. And 5, which is the hopper. And finally 4, which is the bloater van. And then, of course, the brake van at the end. We already know that, so we don't need to put that in the picture. Oh, that'll do for us, I think. And I'll put that there. And then what I shall do is go to OBS. If I rename this to actually I can just swap out the picture, can't I? There we are. I'll make sure it's I'll do that. I'll have now I'm going to replace it again. Right. Can I? No, I can. Let's move it this way a little bit. And now we can begin the shunting challenge. So, the brake van is there. So, again, probably like the last shunting challenge, it's probably best if we work backwards. So, the next one I want, next piece of rolling stock I want will be the bloater, which is over here. So, the good thing with this is that I don't think we've got any diamond switches. So, hopefully things will go fairly swimmingly. I might not have to bring up the map quite as frequently. So I've got to figure out. So yeah, I think I know where I want to go. So if I... So that point is already switched. That one's set the right way as well. So if I start driving out of here, and of course, Lady has her own catchphrases as well.
So, Burnett, you didn't forget about magic. It's safe inside you. I hope so.
With your help.
I hope so.
With your help.
And helping each other brings to life the magic in all of us.
Not as many as Thomas, because she doesn't have as many lines. She only has a few lines in the film. What's my name for the works diesel since Jeff and Wendell are taken? I'm not sure. It might be an idea for a future video, doing a picture on the works diesel and figuring out what his name might be. So the bloater van is down here. So if I switch this point and this point, I can reverse Lady and at least the brakes, that'll help. And couple her up to this truck, and then we can, well, these two trucks actually, and then we can shove them into this siding, and then that should free up the space to retrieve the bloater van. Not too fast, 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 not too fast. Maybe the works diesel could be called brush after brush traction. Possibly. Have I... Where's the sparks now? Oh, M releases sparks, or like the... Or those sort of like magical embers from the that scene in the film. I'm guessing that's what they are. Yeah, we could call the works diesel brush, or basil. Yeah, like after basil brush. Is Photoshop still open? Oh, of course. I apologise. Hang on. Let's fix that. Oh, no, I've got that wrong again. Let's actually fix the one. Yeah, this one. Right. Well, luckily you haven't missed too much. We moved these trucks into this siding out of the way so that we can retrieve the bloater van. And that's about all we've done so far. So with that, I'm going to pick up the bloater van and couple it up behind the brake van. Oh, no, I want to go backwards. Oh yeah, one thing I talked about, like those sort of like sparks or embers that come from Lady when you press N. So that's what it looks like for those curious. Right, got a bit of buffer locking going on. Can I save this? Yes, I can. So with that, we can make our way back along here.
With your help.
So that you didn't forget about magic. It's safe inside you.
The lady is one of the few characters not to have an angry face. Yeah, this model's only got two faces, which is the happy face and the surprised face. Which, to be fair, I think those were the only faces she really had. I know in Calling All Engines she got a slightly different smiling face, but I think that was the only new face they made for her. So this lady's got a fish van. Can we pick up some potatoes to go with them? It's possible. I have to check to see if any of the wagons we've got could potentially have potatoes. Maybe the CCT van has potatoes in it. I don't know what CCT vans typically are used to transport. I'd make a quick save here just in case I ram the brake van too hard, which shouldn't happen, but never say never. I'll say that moving Lady's eyes feels slightly more sensitive and more twitchy than moving Thomas's eyes, but I don't know if that's actually true or if that's just a me thing. Right, let's couple these bad boys up. There we are. And now we can start looking for the next truck, which is the hopper. I'll have to check to see where the hopper is. It's here. It's a sandwich between some trucks and some vans. It looks like this should be fairly straightforward to retrieve. Yeah, Great Western Railway 101 is, I reckon it's overused in the fandom, and Captain Baxter, or an engine similar to Captain Baxter, works better. Yeah, that's roughly my line of thinking. Plus, I don't think the Great Western Railway 101 looks that much like Lady. I feel like, well, the cab, or not, actually, I'm trying to remember, the 101 does have an open cab, so it's got that going for it, but I think it's too long for Lady, and it's got a tapered boiler, whereas Lady has a parallel boiler. Switch these points, by extension these points. I know, that's not the right line. I apologise. No, I want to... Those points should be switched to there. I'll switch that set of points. That set of points can stay as they are, as can they. And if I set off, then I should end up going the right way. Want to stop? Stop! Oh! I think we're still on the track. That is what we in the trade call a relief. Are they coupled? Yep. So I can put them on a siding where they're not going to be in the way. I think this siding isn't being used for anything we need, so I'll switch these points. Quickly make a save, just on the off chance that we end up derailing anything. I'm going to Tesco. Does anyone want anything? No, I think I'm good, thanks. Why did I make a Thomas remix of Desert Palace Zone from Sonic 3? I know, I just figured that maybe it'd work. Maybe it'd sound alright. And to be honest, I mean, I guess the sort of overall mixing has a bit to be desired. It's sort of like a bit overblown, and and stuff like that. But I think in general it's not a bad sounding remix for its era. Maybe I could update some of my old music to bring them up to something vaguely resembling modern standards. Oh, please stop, please stop, please stop. There we are. So am I coupled? Yeah. The only issue is that I'm going to have to... I think I'm going to have to run around the hopper, because if I use the points over there, then I'll be then I'll be on the wrong side of the hopper. I'll be in between the hopper and the rest of the train. So I'm going to have to find a runaround loop of some description. I'm trying to see if there is one on the map or in the docks. There's got to be one, surely. How could there not be one? There's not one there. I actually got stuck. Maybe we could have done with some diamond points. So I can run around. Well, I was going to say I can run around here. How do I get? How can I get to here? I think I can go over to here and change the points to get onto this loop here, and then it's set the wrong way. Can't do this to me. If I continue the Matchbox model says, what year do I plan to go up to? I'm not sure yet. I guess it'll be until I grow disinterested, I guess. And even then, I might regain interest at some point afterwards, who knows? Remember that Earthel did 10 cents and Shunting? Sunshine. And there's a prototype top hat as well. I do have the Earthel 10 cents and Sunshine. I didn't know they did they were going to do top hat as well. Would have been interesting to see, I suppose. I've got no idea if that point is set correctly. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is set correctly. With that, I will head onto the runaround loop and run around the hopper. case you're wondering, no, I have not seen the Pixar film Hoppers. I immediately lost interest when I found out that Hector wasn't going to be in it. I think we can stop here. Uncouple. It's a bit like the hopper is very slowly moving. Hopefully that won't be too much of a problem for me. The lady's brakes are still on. It's not going to help. Now, I've seen the Theodore Tugboat Airtle toys. I don't have any of them myself because I think I've mentioned before that I haven't really watched Theodore Tugboat. I think it's I think I'd enjoy it, so I would like to watch it at some point when I get the time. But it's not something I've currently seen. Make our way back down. Oops, I forgot the brakes were still on. What movies would improve if you added Thomas characters to the cast? I don't know, maybe any film with a train in it. Maybe if the Polar Express was being pulled by Gordon or something. Would have been interesting. It's interesting to hear what he'd have to say regarding all the stuff that happens to the train in the film. I don't know how Gordon would react to sliding along a lake of ice, or going down that steep like roller coaster hill or whatever it was. That's one thing. If you put Lady's eyes too low down, it kind of looks like she doesn't have any, which is a bit strange, but hey ho. Thomas and Friends in Ralph Breaks the Internet. Cool. Yeah, it would be may have made that film a bit more bearable. I want to make sure that actually what way do I want to set the points? Set this set of points. I think I want to make them go furthest upwards, so that way. That looks correct to me. Let's continue. Make sure this is set that way. The lady becomes Herobrine. She certainly did for a second. Now we can set these points to go there. And making sure to save. We will put the hopper into the siding. Seen edits of Percy and Tugs Munitions. Yeah, I have seen those edits. Always a bit of fun to see. Huh? Train development due to an AI collision again? Isn't fair. It's lucky I saved. Going back to the Theodore Tugboat, the TV network, Kubo or Krubo, however you say it, aired that alongside Bob the Builder. Yeah, to be honest, the only thing I really know about that channel, because it's not a channel I ever watched. I don't think it was a thing in the UK. But the main thing I remember about it is that sort of urban myth that went around a few years ago about the strange way the channel ended, which obviously wasn't true. The funniest thing I remember about that is the channel complains about, oh, not fair. The channel complains about the selflessness of its viewers, and it's like, why would you complain that your viewers are selfless? Surely selflessness is a virtue. Right, let's not crash this time. Let's approach things slowly. Right. Should manage it this time. Third time is, as they say, the charm. Okay, we're good. Oh. Stop it. There we are. I hate it when the arrow keys get light as they're out. Right. So the next piece of rolling stock is the milk tanker. Oops. If I remember right, this is another piece of rolling stock that will require having to use the runaround loop. Set that way. Oops.
And helping each other brings to life the magic in all of us.
Lady sounding a bit different there. Classic Thomas episodes aired on Cartoon Network, which reminds you of the CN real arc they went on with in the 2010s. Now, I remember seeing Thomas on Cartoon Network back when the very first time I ever watched Cartoon Network actually was on a holiday to Portugal. In the apartment we were staying at, they had a TV with that had various channels, including Cartoon Network. And I remember that was one of the only times I ever saw Thomas on Cartoon Network, because in the UK, because I assume the version of Cartoon Network that was airing at this holiday home in Portugal was either the UK Cartoon Network, or basically a simulcast of the UK version. Yeah, that's the only time I remember seeing Thomas there, because in the UK I think it only aired from 1995 to 1999, I think, and then after that they moved to Nick Jr., which is the main place I remember watching Thomas on TV back in the day. Mighty's hair does look cool, but it does look like a flesh tumour. Yeah, that's why I decided to change the hair colour to black in my version, to make it look more like it was actual hair. Right, let's move this long ballast wagon somewhere where it won't be in the way. Huh? What's happened? What do you mean derailed? How did that happen? You're not telling me that this wagon... I hope you're not telling me that this wagon is too long to go over these points. Can't remember where I last saved. I dare say it was before I coupled the hopper. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do if that ballast wagon is too long. Because if I remove it from the scenario, then probably means having to restart the scenario from scratch, which I don't want to have to do, really. I can try taking it a bit more slowly this time. Maybe that'll help. It's funny, George Carlin hiccuped while I was voicing Bulstrode in Special Attraction. Yeah, surely that was, like, on purpose. Surely, at least. I mean, if it was an error, then they must have, I guess, liked it enough to keep it in. Right, the Tugs had their own voice cast, unlike Thomas at the time. Yeah, it is quite nice. I think the sort of single narrator thing works with classic Thomas, but I think the individual voice cast for Tugs helps to make it feel a bit more mature and a bit more cinematic, I suppose, in a way. Right. So I'm going to try and take it as slowly and as carefully as I can. Pray that it makes it along these sets of points. Maybe if I do have to modify the scenario, I suppose I could have it so that the bloater and the hopper are already arranged, because I mean, I'm not proving anything by doing it again, am I? You already know that I can shunt them because I already have. And the Sodal Railway repair from the Railway series, yeah, the ballast spreader. Oh man, that wagon really doesn't like these points, does it? Is it gonna do it? Okay, we've made it across those points. But we still need... Well, actually, I can just do that. And then I can just... Huh? What? What do you mean derailed? Is it because I switched the points too close to the wheels and it saw it as being set against the truck or something? I don't know. I'll try it one last time. If I can't do it a third time, then I'm going to modify the scenario. Because we don't want to be here forever. What's this? Oh, forgot to press resume. Means I've got to shunt the hopper again. Because I forgot to save last time. Well, I will save this time. So it's possible that I won't, well, that it won't matter. because it's entirely possible that I won't be able to get the ballast truck to cooperate. But we shall have to see. Right. Said correctly. I have to. Oh, why am I going this way? I thought they were set correctly. Like the wonders of Sodor is on the loading screen. Yeah, it's a bit like, why are you playing this game with Thomas characters when you could be playing the game that has Thomas characters in it out of the box? And the thing is, Wonders of Sodor doesn't have Lady. I don't know how likely Lady is for a future DLC. I probably want to make some probably want to release some slightly more major characters before go around adding characters like Lady into the game. But never say never, I suppose. Right. I pray that this time do it properly.
And helping each other brings to life the magic in all of us.
You say? Hopefully the ballast truck can help me. But it really doesn't like that set of points, does it? I may see Henry advertised a lot for 2026 after him never talking in All Engines Go alongside Edward. Yeah, I guess they maybe they've finally figured out what to do with Henry. Oh, he's still good. No, it's not still good. It's derailed once again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify the scenario. I'm gonna put the bloater van and the hopper van with the brake van, because we've already shunted them before, so it doesn't matter. I've got nothing to prove by shunting them again. There's the hopper. I'll put those in the siding with them, like I did last time. And I'm going to remove the ballast truck, because it's nothing but trouble. I'll see if there's any other bogey ballast trucks. So it's occurred to me that we might have trouble with the Siphon G. We'll have to see. I think I'll check to see actually how the Siphon G compares size-wise with the ballast trucks. They are roughly the same length. I wonder if I'm better off swapping out the Siphon G for something else. Something I know won't derail. Could swap it out for a mail coach, maybe. Well, I can do that. Because I would have thought that would be a bit easier to work with. Okay, it's still a bogey van, but not to the same extent. It's not as long as the Siphon G. I'll modify the picture as well. So it's got a picture of the mail van, mail coach, instead of the Siphon G. Shouldn't take too long at all. I said, not you. Not PST. Oh, and it's updated in OBS as well. That's good. Might make it a bit bigger. Although that has ended up making the Train Simulator Classic text partially obscured. There we are. Right, with that we can continue. So, the next thing we want is the milk tanker. So I will retrieve the milk tanker. Set the right way. Doing that slightly annoying thing where the switches show up invisible, which is what we in the trade call a bit annoying. Oh, I think I'd said it correctly the first time. Approach the siding with the milk tanker. We can say we just moved the, you know, we can say we've moved the ballast truck aside because, let's face it, we have. In fact, we've moved it 3 times. And it derailed through no fault of my own. Other than the fact that I put it there. Do you think Burnett Stone built Lady, or do you think he bought it from the UK? There's just been a shunter or an industrial engine. Well, I don't. He never claims to have built Lady. I assumed. I think I always assumed that he was sort of. Well, he says he was Lady's caretaker, which is. I think he probably would have said if he'd built Lady. So I think my assumption was just that Lady was around before Burnett Stone knew her at all, and then he probably became her driver at some point. Now, once again, we've got to use the runaround loop. So the lady's in front of the the tanker, instead of behind. Quickly make sure these points are correctly set. There we are. So now they should go along. I should be able to take them up to the loop.
It's safe inside you.
And let's make sure she stops before, you know, passing the loop. Again, the tanker is moving very, very slightly, but I don't think it's enough to worry about. Thought Burnett became Lady's caretaker because the conductor family asked him to. Yeah, that could be it. I suppose since childhood he'd been into railways, so I guess the conductor family just thought he was a good fit. I want to make sure she's not going too fast. Hopefully that's slow enough. Yeah, I think it is. Don't want to stop yet, do I? Make sure that these points are set right. They are now. And should be able to get this train, or this tanker coupled. Probably a bit too fast, actually. Oh. Like the Bill and Ben are actually their names instead of being short for names, like William and Benedict. Yeah, that's true. Or Bilbo and Benson. I wonder if in universe, Bill and Ben the Tank Engine twins are named after Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men. Mind you, if Bill and Ben were built in 1948, that means that they were actually have been around before Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men, because that began in the early 50s, I think. Unless Bill and Ben didn't originally have names, I'm not sure. It's probably just a coincidence in the Railway series universe. They are in real life, yeah. I knew about that. I was one of those kids who whenever, because I grew up with the animated version of Bill and Ben the Flower Pot Men, rather than, I mean, I knew of the puppet version, but my main memories of the 2000s stop motion version, and I remember whenever the song came on TV, I'd always I was one of those rebels who would, whenever it said Flower Pot Men, I'd just sing Tank Engine Twins instead. It's like being 5 years old and singing "No, We Can't" to the Bob the Builder theme, but a more Thomas-brained version. We are going the right way. For some reason I thought we were going backwards, but we're not. Right. what is next? Next is the 7-plank wagon. So where's that? It's over here. So change that, I think. I'm going to go down here. I'm going to change this set of points. Is it going to let me... Let's have a look. I'll go down here, change that set of points, and change this set of points. Now we should be able to continue.
So, Burnett, you didn't forget about magic. It's safe inside you.
Burnett Stone looking a bit different. Actually, you said no, we can't in a Bob the Builder episode once. They beat everyone to their own joke. Yeah, they've said said it in a few episodes, I think. But I remember that episode because I used it in a YouTube poop about 10 years ago. Because it's Scoop who says it, I think, when Buck is about to bring a ladder to Bob or something, and then he ends up breaking the ladder in the entrance to the yard. Getting Burnett stoned. That's not Burnett Stone, that's Bernard Rock. It's possible. Almost sounds like it could be a background character in the Flintstones or something. Maybe that might not see who it is. It's not Burnett Stone's Barney Rubble. There we are. I'm going to save, just to make sure we don't screw up. Oh, oh. What's next? Next is the mail coach, which was once a Siphon G, but then I figured that we probably wouldn't be able to move it in the yard due to the tight curves. If you've just joined us. So the mail coach is... It's there. So think what we want to do is change these points. And these points. Well, we should change them after we've gone to them, I think. So then we can push this tanker out of the way, which will also free up the cattle van for when we need that. Probably stick the tanker in the siding with the vans, and then from there I should probably be able to retrieve the mail coach, although it'll probably mean running around on the loop again, because I think we'll be well behind the mail coach when we couple up to it. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone too quickly. Some of these curves are pretty tight. Oh, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop, please stop. Oh, well, that was a close one. Right, so we want to push that tanker away, because we don't need the tanker. Because we only need one tanker on our train. We've already got it hitched up. Luckily no one was hurt. Yeah, so yeah, it is pretty lucky. I was very much expecting us to at least hit the buffers, but no, we made it out unscathed. Landon's Animation Wheelhouse just uploaded a video that combines Thomas and Titanic. Which one's... Is that the... Oh yes, the one who does the... Yeah, the those really crazy Thomas animations that are all... I think probably the most impressive thing I find with those animations is the fact that it's all... Like, it's all a single... It's all one cut, each video. There's no cuts in the film. It's all one long scene. Like, it makes it... Yeah, you think that wouldn't work, but it does. That's the tanker sorted. Now time to pick up the mail coach. That's going the right way. That's not going the right way, but it now is. Now I want to make sure I'm not approaching it too quickly. That should be good enough, shouldn't it? Yeah. Right, so now I think I want to head to the runaround loop. So, quickly change points here. There we are. Landon's animation wheelhouse is like if Thomas was made for Adult Swim. Yeah, kind of, I suppose. Though I think Flying Scotsman is more famous than the Big Boy. I mean, probably. I don't know if so. I mean, the Big Boy is like a class of engine, isn't it? Whereas Flying Scotsman is just one engine. Stop coach there. Uncouple. Run around the coach. A long way to sequel to rock around the clock. Run around the coach. Make sure I'm not going too fast. Once again. Actually making pretty good time because it's not even midnight where I am yet. So this will probably be a shorter stream. Which I don't think is a bad thing by any means. Not that I don't enjoy streaming, but it's nice to be able to, I don't know, go to bed at a reasonable time, I guess. Stop there. Make sure the three-way track is set over here.
So, Bennett, you didn't forget about magic. It's safe inside you. I hope so.
That's what the inside of the mail coach looks like. Switch this set of points. And making sure I save. I will continue to push the mail coach into this siding. No derailment happened there. Well. And the next truck we want to pick up is the mineral wagon. I've got to figure out where that is. It's not over there. Is it around here? I can't see it. It'll be somewhere. Is it? That's not behind them. It's not in this siding. No, it's not down there, because I don't think I added any trucks down there. Where did I put the mineral wagon? That's not there. Where's the mineral wagon? That's not there. Well, I really hope I haven't forgotten to add it. Because I might mean having to modify the original, or modify the scenario yet again. I don't really want to have to, if I can help it. It's not there. Am I sure it's not? Oh, there it is. Right. Okay, that's I can live with that. Oops. Got to set the reverser properly. Have I heard of liminal spaces? Yes, I have heard of liminal spaces. I know about the back rooms and other similar liminal spaces. Diesel's lurking around in the harbour as well. I'll change those points. And I want to change these points. Those points can stay the same. Those points can't. Bring Lady a bit closer. Well, I've seen Percy does stuff. I'm not sure if I have. Actually, maybe? Was it the ones made in Train Simulator Classic? In, I think, this route, actually, where Percy was like a... It was a... I think, well, a modified Hawthorne Leslie locomotive used to make Percy. I think I do know... I think I do know what you mean. I think I have seen some of the videos in that style. Liminal spaces in Thomas. Trying to think of some off the top of my head. I guess in Wonders of Sodor, the sort of subway areas in Knapford and Vickerstown are a bit liminal space-ish. I know there was a shot, a behind-the-scenes shot from Thomas and the Magic Railroad, where it was just a picture of a coach at Knapford Station. I remember thinking that looked very sort of liminal space-ish. It's like you're waiting for... it's like you're waiting for the last train of the night, so you can get home. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I think I want to uncouple here, and then shove these onto a siding. I think I could probably put them onto this siding with the vans. Personal fact about those unhinged Thomas shorts. Your little brother was apparently watching one of those videos. Your mum came in and was like, "Hey, check out this Wild Thomas video on his iPad." Well, what did she think? What do I think of people who pronounce Knapford Knapford? Is there anyone who does that? I mean, I'm sure there are, but I don't think I've ever come across anyone pronounce it like that. There we are. Now we can... I'll stop first. Then I'll couple and retrieve the mineral wagon. Saw on Reddit someone took shots from season 1 and made them liminal spaces. I can see that happen, like editing them so there's no engines in the shots and things like that, and no people either, I'm guessing. I would say one shot from season 1 that felt a bit liminal for me is the scene in Percy Runs Away, where it's just before Percy stops outside the signal box at Wellsworth, and he like shunts some trucks onto a siding. I think there was something about that I think it's because we don't see that set ever again. It's just it's a sort of set that you don't really think twice about until you realise, hang on, we never see that set ever again in the show. And again, it is a bit sort of lonely because I don't think there are any humans in that shot, and I mean the only engine in the shot is Percy, and he's facing away from us. So if you really wanted to suspend your disbelief, you could almost maybe argue that he's a faceless engine in that shot or something. and it's just a picture of a real working railway. Lady is pretty good at shunting, you will admit. Yeah, she's been she's not been doing too badly. I mean, we had a bit of an accident with the ballast wagon. We will never talk of the ballast wagon again. It's evil, because it struggled with the curves in the sidings. But other than that, I think it's mostly gone all right. I mean, I derailed a couple of times, but there were no there's nothing too bizarre like what happened when Thomas went shunting. Like no weird explosions and things like that. I've seen shots from other fandoms that had characters edited out, like the Watsons' living room in The Amazing World of Gumball. Yeah, I think I have seen that image as well. Definitely one that's very similar. I think there are SpongeBob ones as well. Oh, I have to run around this as well. So, I have to make sure all these points are set correctly. I think they are. And I'll run and run around on the loop. Trucks are waiting in the yard, tackling them with ease. I'll show the world what I can do. Gaily boast the magical train god. In and out it creeps about like a maroon weasel. He hasn't pulled the wrong trucks out yet. So unless, well, I guess the ballast truck is perhaps the wrong truck. When it gave the trucks a bump, pop goes the magical train god. Well, I think that is pretty much how it's been going so far. Do a bit of running around. give it a bit more oomph. Not that much more. To make sure we're not going at 1,000,000 miles an hour when we approach the truck. Go. Well, now we can coast down the hill, running easily with the wind whistling past. Why does the shunter have an express head code? Well, unlike Thomas, I don't think you can change Lady's head code. This is just how it is. And I think, I'm trying to remember, is this, I think she has this head code in Thomas and the Magic Railroad. I think it is just permanently set to express head code for whatever reason. So, switch that. Left. There's 2 left, which are so all that's left are the cattle truck and the CCT. I'm not sure where the CCT is, but it'll be somewhere. Oh, it's over there. No, it's not. That's diesel. I don't think diesel will take too kindly to me calling him a CCT. I'll focus on getting this truck coupled up first. Probably think about slowing down. How is Lady able to shunt without a front coupler? Well, she's magic. So, presumably she is using her supernatural powers to shunt trains without needing to couple up. In fact, one thing I will say is that if Lady couples up behind something, then it automatically couples up. Whereas if I use the rear coupling, it will manually couple up. Or I'll have to manually couple it up. Which I thought was interesting. Aha! There's the CCT, so that'll be... I get a feeling it'll probably be the most difficult one to retrieve. But we shall see. Right. So before the CCT, we want to pick up the cattle truck, which I think should be fairly straightforward, because I've already, because it was being blocked by the tanker, but we've shunted that away. So I think we can just couple up to the cattle truck and attach it to the train. Gotta slow down. Oh. Well, luckily, I was going down the wrong line. It's possible that we'd have had an accident otherwise, but we've managed to prevent one. Now, just couple that up and get going. When it made that noise, I was worried that it meant it had derailed, but luckily I think we're all right. Never suit his Gracie. What, you mean like Gracie Films? Shh. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. There we are. Stopped a bit too early. There we are. Now just one more truck to retrieve, which will be the CCT. Might help if I take the brakes off. Middleton Head would look close to a K2, a little bit I suppose, in so much as he has the same cab shape. What I'll do is probably move that con flat into that siding there, and I should be able to couple the van, or couple up to the van even. Lorry 1. I mean, this guy. It was a pretty close match. Gross Films had the one Halloween variant where the blood-curdling scream can be heard, and it creeps you out. Yeah, that was during the Treehouse of Horror episodes. Yeah, I remember like being sort of caught off guard the first time I heard it.
And helping each other brings to life the magic in all of us.
There we are. It's already coupled up, so I'll just move this out of the way. It doesn't have to be particularly far on the siding. Yeah. Now we can change the points once again. And change these points. Where's this train even going? Well, we'll probably, take the, take the branch line once we've got the train all set up, like the opposite direction to basically the same route that Thomas took earlier on in the stream, but in the opposite direction. It's too far away. I have to check to see if there's a triangle junction, so I can turn Lady round, because the way this is going, I get the feeling that if I don't turn around, I'll end up coupling up to the train smokebox first, which I guess wouldn't be the end of the world, but I'd prefer it if I could, if when we end up running the train, we can have Lady travel face first, as opposed to her face towards the train. Or maybe not, actually. No, I think we're fine. just switch this point. Whereas this pier, it looks unhelpful and claustrophobic for an engine. I mean, it does a bit, but well, this is Falmouth Docks, so I think presumably this track plan is accurate to how the docks would have looked back when it was still in operation. I mean, it is a bit unwieldy. You can hardly see the tracks in the docks from a distance. Yeah, I suppose that happens when well, there's no sleepers, and well, it's basically grey on grey or silver on grey, which does kind of make the tracks blend together a bit. Make sure I'm not going too quickly. Right, and with that, saves the progress once again, and I think if I switch that point, this point, this point, this point, then we should be able to make our way along the branch line. Hopefully Lady can make it up this hill with this train. I don't know what we'll do if she doesn't. You remember Train Simulator Classic has the jet train created by Chris Trains. I'll admit, for a second I thought you said the jet train created by Christians. I was like, I didn't know they were particularly religious, but no, Chris Trains, not Christians. Ah, there's Percy in the siding. Well, it's not quite Percy, but it looks a bit like him. These tracks are set correctly. Yeah. Well, that's nice, actually, seeing Lady pulling a mixed train like this. I know in Calling All Engines we saw her couple to some trucks, and obviously the Tommy lady has her own set of purple trucks. But I don't think we've ever seen Lady with a mixed train like this. flying kipper next, please. Maybe in a future stream. Maybe I can buy the Black 5 DLC. I know there is a Black 5 in the base game. It's a bit outdated. I think there's a half decent Black 5 by Precision, what they call Precision Locomotive Developments or something like that. Maybe I could buy that, reskin it into Henry, and we could maybe just have a chill stream where Henry, or quote unquote Henry, pulls the flying kipper along some sort of main line. Sounds like she's getting beaten up. Yeah, that's the thing. When she's travelling too fast, she's sort of the chuffing sounds just kind of sort of merge together and sound a bit strange. Perhaps reskin a 9F into Murdoch. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I could reskin a pannier tank into Duck. Or an A4 into Spencer. Mind you, I say reskin a pannier tank into Duck, you wouldn't really need to... I mean, other than adding a face, who's basically in the right livery already. And again, we can hop in the brake van. We're just going to Class 42. I'm trying to remember if there is a Class 42 for Train Simulator Classic. There probably is. Doesn't mean having to buy all these DLCs though, because they're not the cheapest thing in the world, I will say. I mean, they're alright, they're decent value for what they are. Reskin a pannier tank into a Duck, a big yellow brick on wheels. Well, it's possible. Or maybe we skin an A4 into a Mallard. Make that an even bigger Duck. Well, I've almost climbed this hill. Not too long to go. And then we can start coasting. Yeah, I think once we've done this journey, I'll probably call it a night. So, you know, just so everyone's certain about things. Aha, we've pretty much reached the top of the hill. So I think if I turn the regulator off, then it shouldn't be long before we start gaining speed.
I hope so. I think he will soon. I think he will soon. I hope so.
With your help. With your help.
I hope so. And helping each other brings to life the magic in all of us.
Seen other people make Ladian, Lancashire and Yorkshire rail motor converted into just an 040 tank engine. Oh yeah, I've seen some like OCs over the years with that basic concept, the Lancashire and Yorkshire rail motor just converted into a standalone engine. It could work for Lady.
With your help.
I think he will soon. And helping each other brings to life the magic in all of us. And helping the magic in all of us.
That's me being stupid with the Doppler effect. Well, I don't know how well you'd be able to hear that. What do I think of James Recolor OCs? I'm not sure if I've come across many of them, because I know a lot of James Recolors, but most of them are still meant to be James, like Busy Bee James, Black James, and all the various Jameses from an engine of many colours. And James James being painted blue because he can't behave.
So that you didn't forget about magic. It's safe inside you.
50 miles an hour. Which might not sound like too much, but for a small tank engine of this size, it is it's not bad going. Rail motors are cool, they need more OCs, yeah. It would also just be nice to see more rail motors in train simulators. Because I don't think there are that many off the top of my head. I think the London and South Western Railway rail motor might be, I think, is available in trains. I can't think of that many others. model series edits of Hero using Murdoch to make Hero weird. Since 9S are bigger than the D51s. Also, it just seems very unrealistic to me because the whole point of Hero's existence is because it's basically the Thomas brand capitalizing on the fact that it has a big following in Japan, so they're sort of paying tribute to that by having a Japanese locomotive that's based on a very famous Japanese class of engine. And it's like, if it doesn't work if the engine, if Hero looks nothing like the engine he's supposed to be and nothing like a Japanese engine. I wonder what LBSC Green Thomas would look like in Season 1 and what LNYR Black James from The Adventure Begins would look like in Season 1. Or the model series. It would have been cool to see them in that style. Although filming would have been a nightmare because in all of the model seasons they would film all the scenes for one set and then move on to the next set. But so if they had like LBSC Thomas and Black James, then they'd either need 2 models of Thomas and James each, or they'd have to keep repainting them from one paint scheme to the other, and that would not have been ideal at all. Because at least with Henry's shape, at least it's just pieces they can slot in and out. Whereas with a paint scheme, that's basically a whole different kettle of fish, I suppose. What mod is this? Well, there's a link to the Thomas and Lady, or the site where the Thomas and Lady models can be found in the description. So hopefully it won't be too difficult to find. I only painted Renee's green for one set in season. Yeah, well, again, that was just for one set, so it wasn't too much of an issue because it's not like they were having to constantly repaint Renee's into Smudger and back. They could just do it once and then repaint it back into Renee's. Isn't New Shape Henry just Old Shape Henry's Bell Pair firebox flipped over? I think the fireboxes were 2 separate pieces. And there was, of course, also the top feed and the splashes and the steam pipes. Well, then, of course, they brought the splashes back for some reason and kept the bit where the third splasher cuts off, even though that doesn't make any sense with this new shape. And, Henry has been burdened with that issue now for the entire series, pretty much, up to and including the upcoming reboot. See, they modded Edward into the game. Yeah, Edward's also available. Like I said, I don't know if there are any plans for any more characters. It'd be cool to see some more. Well, at least, like, maybe Percy and James. But if not, then oh well. I'm sure, like I said before, I'm sure it's not an easy thing to make models for Train Simulator Classic. It's probably why most Train Simulator Classic mods are payware. Oh dear. Prepare to meet Little Miss Surprise Face. Oh! Well, she is stuck in the station building. Well, I think that is what we call a wrap. So I hope you've enjoyed today's stream, and it wasn't too long. Wasn't too long tonight. So I should be able to go to bed at a reasonable time, like I alluded to earlier. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed this stream. Maybe I'll play some more Train Simulator Classic on stream at a later time. Maybe more shunting challenges, maybe something a bit more relaxed. We'll have to see. But with all that said, I think I'm going to call it there for tonight. And I will see you later for probably in a few days' time for another drawing video. And hope you all have a nice evening or afternoon or morning or whatever time of day it happens to be where you are. And I hope you have a good weekend. And I will see you later.